Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The senators and all in attendance will stand and be led in prayer by the Reverend Nathan Varnier, Oakland Baptist Church, Gum Spring, Virginia. The senators will remain standing and be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Senate Page Program Director Bladen Finch.
Good morning. Good to be with you all today. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Dear Almighty God, we come together today acknowledging your presence as we all strive to bond on a common mission and to lead according to your divine will. Being a leader is not something everyone is called to, and we know that many responsibilities are charged to those in positions of leadership. Breaking the ice on challenging issues, being open about heartfelt opinions, and feeling free to offer a respectful, contrasting approach when things don't align with our beliefs are all part of the process of being a strong leader, especially when operating within a team of leaders. Lord God, we know that those we lead don't always get the full story of the work that we do for them behind the scenes. They don't see the countless hours spent grinding away to find solutions or the tears that we shed when we're completely depleted of good ideas and mental toughness. But our hope and our prayer is that we are able to produce good fruit here today and every day so that those in the Commonwealth of Virginia can feel safe, provided for, and supported as they strive for prosperity. We thank you and we love you, Lord. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk will call the roll. All those present will please record their vote aye. Clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Friday, February 22nd, 2019.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 2, ruled 36-1.
Ayes 35, noes 2, ruled 36-1. The reading of the journal is waived. Clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The clerk will report any communication from the governor.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you again, Madam Clerk. I'd like to begin the morning hour by calling on the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeSteff.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Morning, Senator.
Mr. President, I have two Senate resolutions I'd like to introduce by unanimous consent.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I'd like to have unanimous consent to introduce two joint resolutions. One is for Ken Hall and one is for Megan Conti.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate grant consent to introduce two joint resolutions? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The consent of the Senate is granted to introduce two Senate joint resolutions. Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator.
I rise for the purpose of an introduction.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I want to recognize our pastor who gave the prayer this morning, the invocation, the Reverend Nathan Varnier from Oakland Baptist Church in Gum Spring, Virginia. I want to thank him for those kind words that he had, the beautiful prayer, and for coming out in what appears to be a less than beautiful morning. Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we give him the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank the Senator. Would our friend, the Reverend Nathan Varnier, please rise in the gallery? Reverend, thank you so much for joining us here once again in the Senate. Another beautiful prayer by you, incredibly thoughtful and insightful, and we are grateful to you. You did the prayer here a year ago, as we close up our session, and I think it was exactly the right note to end on as your prayer was here today. So we echo the generous, eloquent, kind words of Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake. You, of course, are welcome back here anytime, and we wish you nothing but the best in your future endeavors and give your family our warmest regards. I would ask everyone please to join me and extend the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friend, the Reverend Nathan Varnier. Do any other senators wish to be recognized for purposes of an introduction? Is there any other business to come in the morning hour? Seeing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Saturday, February 23rd, 2019. On page 3, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1911.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we adopt the Conference Committee report. Speaking to the report.
Senator has the floor.
The Conference Committee report will cover those that are fire and rescue and police when it comes to the move over law, and it will make it a first-time reckless driving offense, and I hope it'd be the pleasure of the body to support the bill.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 2.
Ayes 37, noes 2. The Senate adopts Conference Committee report.
Page 4, Conference Committee report on House Bill 2020.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2020 is for the community college system and to set up apprenticeships. It passed the House and Senate. The Conference Committee removed the financial clause, and so that is what we did in the Financial Committee, and so I would ask that we adopt the Conference Committee report.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report.
On page 9, Conference Committee report on House Bill 2609.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Mr. President, I ask that we reject the Conference Committee report and speak into that.
Senator has the floor.
In conversation in conference, we have realized, and there's another bill that's similar to this that's coming from the gentlelady from Hampton, that there's some issues that is in this Conference Committee report that we need to take a look at to see if we can't get it in the same posture as the gentlelady from Hampton's. So I'd ask we reject the Conference Committee report.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Bedford? Senator Newman rise.
Mr. President, just briefly speaking to the motion.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, this is a pretty critical vote to vote no, because during our committees we always wanted to make sure that these school resource officers did not have to travel and stay in Richmond to get all the training. This will help fix that problem. Unrelated to the problem from the gentleman from Franklin, this really needs to go down so we can reappoint conference committees.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 39.
Ayes 0, noes 39. The Senate rejects the Conference Committee report.
On page 11, House Bill 2750.
Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we adopt the Conference Committee report and speaking to that report.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. After many conversations, this healthcare transparency bill has some agreement between the doctors and the patrons. What this bill attempts to do is ensure that whenever patients are seeking to get an estimated cost of service that they receive notice for that. This particular piece of legislation only addressed the hospitals so that when patients visit their hospitals, they can actually request this. And actually, it's going to be posted in a conspicuous place. This is different from the Senate version. We'll talk about that in a minute. But I will ask that we pass this conference committee report. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 13, Senate Bill 1004.
Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, I ask that we adopt the conference committee report, and speaking to that report.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, this is the similar bill that we just saw a minute ago regarding healthcare transparency costs. This basically assures best practices where hospitals are given to the patients a written notice allowing them to request an estimated cost of services, and I ask that we adopt this committee report.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 13, conference committee report on Senate Bill 1031.
Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm on a roll. Mr. President, I ask that we adopt the conference committee report, and speaking to that report.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is very important legislation to deal with the current problem we have of hoax crimes that have recently started occurring across the state. What we've done is we've agreed to the Senate version of this bill, which continues to use the word mislead as opposed to influence. It's very important that we continue to keep the intent of this particular bill. And with that, Mr. President, I ask that we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1. The Senate adopts conference committee report.
Page 14, conference committee report on Senate Bill 1038.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Pete.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I would move that we adopt the conference committee report.
Senator has the floor.
And speaking to that, this is the Social Security bill for registering when people are registering to vote, and it requires them to provide their Social Security number, and then requires the registrars to check that Social Security number with an available database. The House amended our version, and their amendment made it so that it would not take effect until such a time as a contract may be entered, which then made it limitless. And so there would be no time frame as to when that would be done. In the conference committee report, the Senate version prevailed, I am happy to say, and it now takes effect July 1st, 2021, and that is the effect of the committee conference report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 20.
Ayes 19, noes 20. The Senate rejects the conference committee report.
On page 14, Senate Bill 1087.
Mr. President,
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
having voted on the prevailing side in which we failed to adopt Senate bill, the last one,
1038.
1038, I ask that we reconsider that vote.
question is, shall the vote by which the Senate failed to adopt the conference committee report be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking again to the bill, this
Senator,
is
the floor.
a very important voter integrity bill. I need everyone who's in the chamber to pay attention and vote green on this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19.
Ayes 20, noes 19. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 14, Senate Bill 1087.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report. This is the bill that Senator Barker and I carried concerning remedying split precincts. We have adopted an approach over the years in which we have asked for one approach. House has taken a different approach. This year they took a novel approach and said General Assembly can come back and make technical adjustments only. That's what this allows, and I would ask the members to vote yes and accept the conference committee report.
Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 15, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1216.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that we agree with the conference committee report and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, yesterday we passed the same conference committee report for the House bill from the delegate from Lynchburg. This is the all claims database, and it had the clause on it. We have included the money in the budget, and I hope then we would agree to the conference committee report.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The Senate adopts conference committee report.
On page 16, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1418.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report and speaking of that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, this is the bill, the same we passed yesterday, that makes the sexual offender registry list just a more orderly process, explains it a little better, pushes it out till next July until the state police have a new computer system in place that will allow them to do this in an easier and more orderly manner. I move we accept the report, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The Senate adopts conference committee report.
Page 17, Senate Bill 1431.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report. This is Freedom of Information Act training for local government officials. This simply adopts some technical amendments made by the House, including requirement or provision allowing the local government attorney to provide the training if they so desire.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 38, no 0, Rule 36-1. The Senate adopts Conference Committee report.
On page 17, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1431. Sorry, we just did that one. Page 18, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1547.
I want to field this for Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Mr. President, could you please take this by temporarily?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1547 will go by temporarily.
On page 18, Senate Bill 1554.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
Mr. President, I move we adopt the Conference Committee report and speak to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill is the one that creates consequences for violating FOIA. The first section was not controversial throughout this entire session. The second section had to do with closed meetings, and the changes the conference report makes to what we passed the Senate are a couple things. Number one, in order for penalties to kick in for violating the closed meeting rule, there has to be an attorney representing the public body present. So if there's no lawyer sitting next to the public body, then existing law applies. So if they have a lawyer sitting there advising them and they break the closed meeting rule, then the penalty structure kicks in. The maximum fine is only $1,000, and it can only be levied against the public body, not against the individual members that are breaking the rule. And that's the changes that were made. I would hope the body would pass the bill.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 2, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 35, noes 2, Rule 36-1. The Senate adopts Conference Committee report.
On page 19, Senate Bill 1575.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the Conference Committee substitute. And speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
The substitute adds the word system to Virginia Community College, so it reads Community College System. And then secondly, it moves the provision regarding the 3-year licensure that we had in the original bill to the enactment clause, since that'll go away eventually. And with that, I renew my motion that we adopt the Conference Committee report.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. The senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
All right,
so great, we're going to do it again. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The Senate adopts Conference Committee report.
Page 20, Senate Bill 1632.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the Conference Committee report.
Senator,
speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, this is the bill that passed this body 40-0 with regard to providing the provisions and the permission for our students who are prescribed CBD oil for particular medical conditions to be able to use that in school. The original bill protected nurses, it protected students, and it also required our school boards to develop a plan and a policy for the provision of the CBD to the students. Could not get the House to go along with the mandate on the school systems for the plan, but we otherwise are protecting our nurses and our students, and with that, I'd ask that we adopt the Conference Committee report.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. The senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report.
On page 21, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1715.
Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the conference report. And speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you so much. This is the Dignity Act, a bill that I've been carrying for several years, which would originally repeal the tax on menstrual supplies. The House version was slightly more broad and more creative, including things like diapers, and it, instead of completely eliminating the sales tax, moves it down to 1.5, which should we passed this yesterday, the House version. Senator Howell presented it, and I hope it is the pleasure of the body to pass it.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. The senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 21, Senate Bill 1716.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
And this is the bill that sets up the framework for the I-81 study that are I-81 improvements. I think we heard from the gentleman from Shenandoah County yesterday, Rockingham County, somewhere in the valley there, about the House bill that was identical to this. And even though there's no funding source with this, this allows us to continue to look at ways to try to improve I-81, which is vitally needed, and hopefully we can reach a consensus after public hearings across the state on how we address that, whether it be by toll, by tax, fuel taxes, or registration fees that we discussed throughout this session. Hope it be the pleasure of the body to vote for the conference committee report.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Ayes 37, noes 2. The Senate adopts conference committee report.
Returning to page 18, Senate Bill 1547.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption of the conference committee report reluctantly.
Senator has the floor.
In this case, Mr. President, I sadly had to capitulate to the House's version of this bill. What this bill intended to do was create a licensure process for music therapists. We didn't quite get there. And so in this case, it's actually going to be a study. And so with that, I would ask that the body adopt the conference committee report. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate adopts conference committee report.
Page 2, conference committee report on House Bill 1720.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report. This is the House version of the CBD bill that we just adopted the conference committee report for. This is the House companion, and having previously been explained, it's identical to the one we just passed. I'd ask that we adopt the conference committee report as well.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate adopts conference committee report.
On page 3, conference committee report on House Bill 1913.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yeah,
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Sometimes some legislators might not be aware when you go from page 18 to 19 back to 2 and 3, but I am ready to talk about this conference committee report.
Senator has the floor.
And Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
Senator has the floor.
Speaking to the report, this is the sidewalk bill. The House brought a sidewalk bill from Mr. Bulliva that allows the city or municipality to require the builder to build the sidewalk even though there are no sidewalks on either side. I brought a Senate bill which was a freedom bill, and a much more of a freedom bill which would allow the communities and the home builders to decide where to put that sidewalk. If the sidewalk was going to go in a place where it would lead to nowhere. Unfortunately, no one signed on to my bill. It saddens me to say that I have completely capitulated, and the whole bill is the House bill and nothing of what we passed out of the Senate, but it does allow the home builder and the community to agree to build a sidewalk even though it connects to nothing.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 7.
Ayes 33, noes 7. The Senate adopts conference committee report.
On page 4, conference committee report on House Bill 1941.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Pete.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. 2020.
That's actually not yours. I'm just teasing.
I
You're
thought
on your
we
toes.
just addressed that one. I'd already addressed 2020.
No, you said you're on your toes. I'm just keeping you there.
Because I knew I was done, Mr. President. That was a good one.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the Senate accept the conference committee report. Speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, the conference committee report removed the clause on the legislation that would indicate that if there is a serious bodily injury in a DUI, then you could still be convicted of DUI maiming. We'd put the clause on it as it went through the Senate, and apparently in the wee hours of the night, the budget negotiators agreed to fund this. They found some additional funds that we didn't have in the Senate budget.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 8, conference committee report on House Bill 2490.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
This is the bill that deals with the tech talent pipeline to address the needs of those companies that are expanding and growing in Virginia. The substitute address is different language that was used in the House and the Senate, but no big differences there.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 9, conference committee report on House Bill 2586.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the conference committee report. This is a Crime Commission bill, the unanimous recommendation from it dealing with prostitution offenses involving minors. The conference committee report merely removes the financial contingency clause, and we did that after confirming that it is in the budget.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report.
On page 10, Conference Committee report on House Bill 2620.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we adopt the Conference Committee report.
Senator has the floor.
The Conference Committee report is in the same nature now as it passed the Senate. It took out the language in the bill that specifically said that they would be responsible to the citizens of the Commonwealth, which the board has a duty to the colleges, and I'd ask that we adopt this Conference Committee report.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report.
Page 11.
Page 11, Conference Committee report on House Bill 2662.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Excuse me, Mr. President. I was eating my lunch. Mr. President, I move we adopt the Conference Committee report and speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Excuse me. This was the bill from the House that dealt with the Capstone project. The Conference Committee report actually leaves the House language in, which sets out the requirements for it. It also leaves in the amendment that we adopted unanimously day before yesterday, which gives the Board of Education the time to go through and adopt regulations so that we can see it before the Capstone project goes into effect. It also has a reenactment clause for 2020. So I think we got the Senate position on that.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. The senators ready to vote? All the senators voted. Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report.
Page 13, Conference Committee report on House Joint Resolution 687.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Conference Committee report be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Speaking to that, the underlying bill would create a tax court system study. What we did was agree to not have the Supreme Court do it, but rather that the Small Business Commission would handle the study.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report.
Page 19.
On page 19, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1617.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Senate version of the one we passed just a few minutes ago that dealt with the tech talent pipeline. I move that the Conference Committee report be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report.
Yeah, I think we better move to the next section of the calendar, which would be page 23.
Page 23 of your calendar. Unfinished business Senate Joint Resolution 299, designating November 17th in 2019 and each succeeding year is World Prematurity Day in Virginia. Agreed to by the House with amendments.
Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to make a motion in a minute, but first I'm going to explain the motion.
Senator has the floor.
As the clerk read, this was a resolution that would have declared November 17th of each year as World Prematurity Day in Virginia. Normally when we file these bills, we're all told not to fall in love with them and don't take it personally, but this one is personal to me. You all may not be aware that on April the 29th, 2015, I woke up at 6 a.m. bleeding in the 31st week of my pregnancy. After being rushed to the hospital, almost dying, in the emergency room, I delivered a 9-week early baby girl, and we both almost died. She was in the NICU for 6 weeks, and it was the most terrifying moment of my life. And what I learned through those 6 weeks, and then the months after her birth, when she had therapy she had to go through, I learned about how the incidences of prematurity have been increasing. 1 in 4 women face prematurity. Over 15,000 babies are born premature every year. Many of the causes are unknown, but some of the risk factors, if known, can be treated. And World Prematurity Day, which was established by the March of Dimes, is recognized internationally and in many other states, is designed to raise awareness of the risks of premature birth, to try to avoid it, make sure that women identify the risks and get whatever quality maternal care they need to avoid it. And if a baby is born early, to make sure they understand the resources they have to get them through the most terrifying time of their life. And so I put this bill in because everyone else declares days in the Commonwealth, and I thought this one is important enough. We need to raise awareness about prematurity. It passed this body unanimously with no debate. It went through a subcommittee of House Rules in a block with no debate while we were still on the floor and were told we didn't need to come to present. It went through in a block in the House Rules Committee with no debate and no questions. It was taken by for the day twice with no question or discussion or anyone reaching out to me to discuss concerns or amendments. When I asked if there were concerns, I was told, no, we're going to pass it. After the deadline for a resolution to go into conference, amendments were put on to make a point about abortion and the right to life on a resolution that's supposed to address prematurity. No one ever discussed these amendments with me, despite the patron of the amendment seeing me the day before, didn't say a word. Mr. President, we had a discussion on this floor earlier this week about the integrity of the process. In a political process, your word is your bond. Trust is important. And Mr. President, I'm angry. And Mr. President, those that know me well know it takes a lot to make me angry. But trust has been violated to score political points. And this is an issue that is too important. And whether we have this resolution or not, World Prematurity Day is going to happen. And I'm going to work with whoever else will work with me to raise awareness about how to avoid it, and how to support those families that have to deal with it. And so with that, Mr. President, I move, because it's too late to strike the bill, it's too late to put it in conference, I'm going to move this bill go by for the day. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, rise?
Mr. President, I spoke to the gentlelady earlier and told her that I would speak, and I would hope that we would allow the bill to go by for the day. The underlying resolution could and would be important to some, but it's not worth making the patron of this bill carry something that she does not desire to carry, Mr. President. And I certainly hope that we would have a vote to allow the bill to go by for the day.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Normand, rise? Senator has the floor. I don't know if your mic is on, Senator. Your mic, I don't know if your mic is on.
Yeah.
Can you borrow his
Dead.
Would you borrow Senator Newman's mic?
Senator Newman's.
How about that, Mr. President?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Some people have been trying to cut that mic off for 28 years, sir.
Better late than never.
They were finally
Senator has the
successful,
floor.
sir. Mr. President, I rise to speak in support of the motion to pass it by. I fully respect the anger that the General Senator has expressed. Sometimes during the legislative process, particularly during these closing hours, there are those who somehow decide to engage in political gymnastics that put either a senator or a delegate at a disadvantage, and without addressing the issue, which may be sensitive to a number of people, it is absolutely intolerable that someone would put an amendment of this nature on this SJR. And in fact, I do consider it an egregious violation of the integrity of the process.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on the motion regarding Senate Joint Resolution 299? Seeing none and without objection, Senate Joint Resolution 299 will go by for the day.
Uncontested calendar, Senate resolution on first reading. Senate Resolution 143, confirming appointments by the Senate Committee on Rules to the Senate Ethics Advisory Panel. Reported from the Committee on Rules.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I move the rules be suspended and the second constitutional reading be waived.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the second constitutional reading be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The rules are suspended and the second constitutional reading is waived. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I move that the resolution be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the resolution be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be waived.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is waived. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the resolution be agreed to, and speaking to it briefly.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is appointments to the Senate Committee on Rules Ethics Advisory Panel. Mr. President, this is made up of individuals, and one spot that we had to fill was the late Fred Quayle, and so the former Senator Bo Trumbo is on the resolution. The other two are reappointments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Resolution 143 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate agrees to Senate Resolution 143.
Memorial resolutions.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman. Still not.
Mr. President, I would now move that all of the memorial resolutions on pages 24 and 25 of the calendar, including House Joint Resolution 719 through Senate Resolution 167, be considered in the block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolution. Any senator who desires to remove a memorial resolution from the block should please do so after the clerk has read the title of that resolution.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the memorial resolutions on pages 24 through 25, House Joint Resolution 719 through Senate Resolution 167, be considered in the block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolutions thereof, with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the title of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. Clerk will read the titles of the memorial resolutions.
House Joint Resolution 719, celebrating the life of Pat Logans. House Joint Resolution 873, celebrating the life of the Honorable Ralph L. Axel, Jr.
Mr. President, I respectfully ask that House Joint Resolution 873 be removed from the block, sir.
Without objection, House Joint Resolution 873 is removed from the block.
Celebrate House Joint Resolution 874, celebrating the life of Roy Lee Redd. House Joint Resolution 875, celebrating the life of Trina Nelson Roop. House Joint Resolution 908, celebrating the life of George Fuller Creedland. House Joint Resolution 973, celebrating the life of Ann B. Shumadan. House Joint Resolution 986, celebrating the life of Richard Dudley White. House Joint Resolution 1005, celebrating the life of Jose del Carmen Carbajal. House Joint Resolution 1035, celebrating the life of James Hoshik Kim. House Joint Resolution 1058, celebrating the life of Alexis Wesolowski Press. House Joint Resolution 1099, celebrating the life of Josephine Bernadine Cook. House Joint Resolution 1137, celebrating the life of Command Sergeant Major Lorraine Ann Wright, United States Army, retired. House Joint Resolution 1138, celebrating the life of Captain Anthony Reed Adams, United States Coast Guard, retired. House Joint Resolution 1139, celebrating the life of Lieutenant Bradford Turner Clark. Senate Joint Resolution 417, celebrating the life of Frank Huff. Senate Joint Resolution 448, celebrating the life of Manuel Baca Fierro. Senate Resolution 148, celebrating the life of Alan Bruce Womble. Senate Resolution 149, celebrating the life of William R. Ferguson. Senate Resolution 153, celebrating the life of Jason Dean Gibbs. Senate Resolution 158, celebrating the life of Faye Dutkin Slotnick. Senate Resolution 160, celebrating the life of Gordon Danny Jonas. Senate Resolution 164, celebrating the life of Marshall Stephen Gates. Senate Resolution 166, celebrating the life of Hazel Williams. Senate Resolution 169, celebrating the life of Kevin Corbett.
The resolutions will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolutions will please rise. Resolutions are agreed to.
Commending resolutions.
We got to go back to the...
I'm sorry. Returning to page 24, House Joint Resolution 873.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to House Joint Resolution 873, which is celebrating the life of the Honorable Ralph L. Axel Jr. I believe we've had a previous resolution on this, but everyone in this body is certainly familiar with what a wonderful, what effective and collegiate individual that Bill Axtell was. He served in the House of Delegates from 1974 through 1990. When he left that firm, he joined the law firm of Williams Mullins, where he practiced for 28 years and actually was incredibly responsible for building their government relations team. The only negative thing I could ever think about Bill Axtell is that he was a Tar Heel who went to University of North Carolina and played football there. But he was just a wonderful guy. So I would respectfully ask that we agree to that resolution celebrating his life.
Thank the Senator. The resolution will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the resolution will please rise. Resolution is agreed to.
Commending resolutions.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would now move that all of the commending resolutions on pages 27 through 36 of the calendar, including House Joint Resolution 752 through Senate Resolution 165, be considered in the block by voice vote, waiving the reading of the resolution. Any senator who desires to remove a resolution from the block should please do so after the clerk has read the number of that resolution.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the commending resolutions on pages 27 through 36, House Joint Resolution 752 through Senate Resolution 165, be considered in the block by voice vote, waiving the reading of the resolutions with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. Clerk will read the numbers of the resolutions.
House Joint Resolutions 752, 754, 794, 865, 866, 867, 868, 877, 878, 883, 888, 891, 893, 895, 896, 898, 900, 901, 902, 903, 904, 918, 934, 943, 944, 963, 964, 974, 975, 976, 977, 978, 1002, 1022, 1023, 1025, 1029, 1038, 1045, 1062, 1063, 1070, 1074, 1075, 1079, 1089, 1093, 1094, 1101, 1102, 1105, 1110, 1111, 1112, 1113, 1114, 1115, 1116, 1117, 1118, 1119, 1121, 1122, 1123, 1124, 1125, 1131, 1133, Senate Joint Resolutions 320, Senate Resolution 150, 151, 152, 154, 155, 156, 157, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, and 165.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The question is, shall the resolutions be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolutions will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolutions are agreed to.
We have 3 more conference committee reports. On page 6.
House Bill 2234.
House Bill 2234.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that the Senate adopt the conference committee report to House Bill 2234. And speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the House version of legislation I carried regarding parental leave for state employees. For the last several years, I've been working to provide state leave benefits to parents of adopted children. For several years, it's been the position of this chamber that should be the policy of the Commonwealth, and the other end of the Capitol saw it differently. Thankfully, the governor also shares my view, and he issued an executive order on the subject. I brought forward legislation this year to make that executive order permanent, and his executive order also dealt with parents that give natural birth to children, parents that adopt, and parents that foster. The House had a different version of the bill. We went to conference, and the bill that's before you in this conference report is a substitute that's neither what we or they passed, but it's nearly identical to the Senate's bill that we passed, with the exception that foster parents are not included. That's something that I think would be good to be included. They will receive that benefit if they adopt. After several years of trying to, my focus has been for adoption for years. It's been very frustrating to me that folks that adopt an infant and have all the challenges of raising that infant are not giving parental leave. This adoption of this conference report, which I believe the governor would sign because it's considerably the same as his executive order on those subjects, would allow us to permanently have this policy. And for that reason, I hope that you will adopt this conference report.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 19, conference committee report on Senate Bill 1581.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move that the Senate adopt the conference committee report to Senate Bill 1581. And speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1581 is my bill that I just referenced during the comments during the House bill, and it is in identical form on the conference report to the bill that I just explained. I hope it will again be the pleasure of the body to adopt this conference report and set this policy forward permanently.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 22, conference committee report on Senate Bill 1768.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart. Page 22, Senate Bill 1768.
Yes, Mr. President. Move to adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this was the senator from Williamsburg's bill that dealt with not using a cell phone in a work zone. We actually kept the language of the bill as it passed the Senate with one amendment that says you can't hold it in your hand. So we added the words "in your hand" to the conference committee report, because some folks were concerned that it could be deemed that you were holding it if it were on your lap or in your pocket. So it was a clarification measure. and it's a good bill. I hope the body will adopt the conference committee report.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
That completes all the work before us at this time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
In our continuing effort to try to make sure that yield to the senator from James City.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
I apologize, Mr. President, trying to juggle too many balls at one time. I believe that there is going to be a motion to stand at ease very briefly. And when we come back from standing at ease, I would like to return to the morning hour very briefly to give one of our senators the opportunity to make a comment.
Thanks, Senator. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, if we could be at ease for about 5 or 6 minutes. So if anybody has a conference report that you're trying to get signed, if you could do that in the next 5 minutes. Okay. Madam Clerk wants 5 minutes, so that's how long we will take. Not 6, Mr.
That's the right answer. Without objection, the Senate will stand at ease for 5 minutes. take their seats. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, for the members still on the floor or in the back room, just communicated with the House, as some members might be aware. Former Minority Leader Toscano just announced his retirement, so they are giving speeches recognizing his efforts now, and so they're moving a little bit slower through the calendar. But, Mr. President, I'm going to make a motion that we adjourn, that we recess. Maybe people would like it to be adjourned, but that we recess until 2:05. That will give our members 30 minutes to go down and work on conference reports while their House is still in the midst of business. I would anticipate that we're coming back at 2:05. We'll take up the conference reports that we have then, and at that point, I think we'll have a direction from our co-chairs of finance to go to a budget briefing shortly thereafter. So, Mr. President, with that, I would move that we recess to 2:05 with a prompt return so we can take up conference reports at that. Madam Clerk just gave me the mom look that the return needs to be prompt. But I'm going to withdraw the motion for a moment to let...
Call on the Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I concur with what the gentleman from Hanover said, and I think the body should anticipate at approximately 2:15 the Senate Finance staff will be here to provide an overview of the budget.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, renew your motion.
Mr. President, I would renew my motion with the admonition that Madam Clerk will give you the mom look if you're not here at 2:05. 2:05.
Thank the Senator. The Senate will stand in recess until 2:05. The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery.
Page 1, Conference Committee Report on House Bill 1642.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, 1642, and which is the House bill, and 1777 are now identical as a result of the conference. And what the major change, and it wasn't all that major, was that the Department of Corrections shall maintain standards adopted by the American Correctional Association according to the body for the corrections industry. The Senate bill initially had that, then it didn't have it when it left here. This is a bill that the Department of Corrections now wanted it in there, so that's added. The House version of this had the report going to the governor and every member of the General Assembly, as well as the clerks of the Senate and House. We've eliminated going to every member of the General Assembly, but it does go up on the website, which was in the original bill. I didn't think you'd want to read, something the size of the New York phone book. So anyway, that's what 1642 does, and 1777, which will come up soon. They're both now identical, and I would ask that you adopt the conference report of 1642.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. The senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 5, Conference Committee Report on House Bill 2053.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes, I move that that we adopt the conference committee report and speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Yes, sir. This is a bill that changes the name of school guidance counselors to school counselors and addresses the number of counselors that we will have per pupil in elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools. The senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance, carried a similar bill that has passed the Senate and the House. This changes the numbers a little bit, but the main thing is at the end of this bill, there is a provision, and this is coming from the conference committee, that it's a funding provision. It has been funded, but it addresses that the number of counselors will be whatever the funding in the budget provides for, and it takes off the specific number, and however much money we put in the budget, that's how many they're going to get, and that is what the conference report did. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 15, Conference Committee Report on Senate Bill 1130.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke. Senator want that bill to go by temporarily? Without objection, Senate Bill 1130 will go by temporarily.
Page 22.
Page 22, Conference Committee Report on Senate Bill 1777.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I would move that we adopt the conference report. This is identical word for word with 1642, which we just passed a couple minutes ago. I was trying to look. I guess it was interesting. The previous bill said solitary confinement. This says restrictive housing. You got to love euphemisms. But anyway, I would ask that we adopt the conference report. It's the same as the one you just adopted a few minutes ago.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Returning to page 15, Senate Bill 1130.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accept the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1130. This is the minimum training standards for school resource officers, and what the conference committee report does is to make it available throughout the Commonwealth, and the availability for school administrators will be both in person and online, and if not available online, then it will not be applicable to school administrators. I move the conference committee report.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Returning to page 7.
House Bill 2337.
House Bill 2337.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the conference committee report and speak to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is basically a sort of the kissing cousin of the public comment bill we passed on higher education yesterday. Basically, this takes a couple additional concepts. One, I've talked before about the universities will advertise the projected tuition increase, and then we'll have public comment on it. If for some reason the actual tuition increase falls outside of what they advertise, then they have to provide an explanation for that. And then secondly, they have to report annually to SHEV on the projected ranges and the actual increases themselves. So this is all consistent with what we did yesterday, and therefore I ask that you agree to the report.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Mr. President,
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Much to the chagrin of 39, my mic is now working. Inquiry of the clerk, does that complete all the conference committee reports we currently have available?
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, I would respectfully ask that we return to the morning hour, and I would yield to the senator from Loudoun.
Go to the senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for purposes of a point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the members of the body know that we have a retirement this session. A member of this body has decided that he will not return next year. And when I blew in this morning, I made sure that I was as annoying as I could possibly be. My bag fell over under his chair, and he was rolling around on it. And he tried to shove, as politely as he could, my bag back over to my section. And I said, I'm trying to be as annoying as humanly possible so you won't miss me as much. And it's clear that he is eager to not have to sit next to me another day of his life. But I can tell you that I, for one, will miss him terribly. And as you know, that when you have the opportunity to sit next to somebody hour after hour after hour, In the daytime, when you're refreshed and happy, you really enjoy that person. And it takes a very special person that you can sit next to hour after hour after hour when the hour is late and you're not refreshed and you're not happy and you're super grumpy. And that person is always lovely and always respectful and always happy and always has a wonderful story. And you've heard some of the good stories on the floor about snake hooks, jumping through windows, and blood and guts and guns and you name it. You've heard it all, but you can't imagine what I've heard. It's so much better. It's so much better. But if you had heard what I have heard, you would come to love him and respect him the way I do. It's going to make me cry. He is a truly wonderful human being. And the things that you hear on the Senate floor couldn't begin to give you a window into the man that he is and the strengths that he has and the character that he has. And he has distinguished himself in an extraordinary career that I will share with you very briefly, but also as a man and a father and a husband who loves his family so much. And I have a younger family, and I listen to the stories that he tells and the example that he has set, and I try to learn from him and try to learn through the discipline that he has given his family and his children and how much he loves them and how proud he is of them. And he's told me stories about when they were really little and the time that he spent and how much that time that he invested in them has meant to him and how it has played out in what they have become today as adults and what his political investment in his career has meant to him and what his military time meant to him. But he is a very special person, and he will clearly be missed, both for his humor and for sure for the floor speeches that he gives. And I can tell you there are moments when he stands up to hit that button and my heart sinks and I wonder, what in the world is he going to say? And I know that my colleagues look and I think they wonder, why is she letting him stand up? And I got news for you. There's nothing I can do. But I'm just going to tell you a few things about my seatmate. He was born on May 15th of 1944. And it's lovely when people can stand up and say amazing things about you and you're not dead. And he's got many, many, many years ahead of him, I promise you, in a different kind of public service and a different kind of service to his family and to his community. And I'm so honored that I get to stand up and say some wonderful things about him now and things that I think many of us didn't know. And I didn't know until I got a chance to look at Wikipedia for a little bit because there's a bunch of stuff I learned that I didn't know. He grew up in Miami, I think, as many of you know. And he had a very distinguished military career. He served in both the U.S. Marines and in the U.S. Army JAG Corps. He served a total of 31 years, both in the active military but also in the reserves. He rose from the rank of private to full colonel. He's a graduate of the U.S. Army War College, the Command and General Staff College, and the Naval Aviators Flight School. He served in Vietnam, as we have heard from some of his harrowing stories, and he received a Purple Heart for that service. He made 70 combat patrols in the jungle, and then later he headed the Army's Criminal Law Division at the Pentagon, and he had a very distinguished career at the Pentagon. As many of you know, he has had a distinguished career both in the House and in the Senate. And you know from the bills that he's carried and the speeches that he's given, the issues that he has championed. But there were lesser issues that he championed that have impressed me. And one of them was that he advocated for a woman whose last name was Crawford on behalf of her clemency. And when Dick believes in something and believes in the integrity of a person, or in this case, the wrongfulness of something, a wrong that has been done, he doesn't give up. And for 10 years, he fought for the clemency of this woman. And when I read the story, I was really impressed. She was given a 70-year sentence for some robberies, and she was called the Grenade Lady. And what she did was she committed some robberies with something stuck in a sock that she claimed was a grenade. And she was given quite a hefty sentence. And he fought for her clemency for years and years. And a quote that I read from him said this: "I don't believe there was a deliberate discrimination. But reasonable people might ask why a poor black woman hasn't received the same consideration as an affluent white woman. We do know that two women with very similar cases received vastly different treatment. And he was referring to a suburban white housewife who had committed crimes with a toy pistol. And she had received a much lesser punishment and was released after only 14 years. Anyway, Senator Black fought for her year after year after year. And finally, Governor Kane actually granted her clemency. And for that, I really admire Senator Black. Because when you wonder about the service and the commitment of a person and their time in the legislature, it's easy to vote right or do right when everybody's paying attention and you're getting lots of credit. But it's the things that you stick to when people aren't paying attention and the people who aren't well known, and it's that work. And it's that work that I hear Senator Black talk about or share with me, and it's those stories that people don't know about that make me admire him so much. And it's after this time in service in the House and the Senate where we know about his legislative work, but we all now know that he has taken on a career in international relations. Have we not heard about that? Have you not seen me move to the left in my chair and move to the left in my chair when he gets up and he decides that he's going to give a floor speech on Syria? He is quite well educated on the issues in the Middle East. And he actually does have a real heart for international relations and has spent a whole lot of time on that. And I will leave it at that. But I'm not sure what's going to come next for him, but it might be some career in the Middle East and some career in diplomacy. But he has certainly set a high bar for caring and being invested in all of that. But I will tell you, I fear for what he will do when he leaves tomorrow or the next day or whenever we get out of here. But I have a strong suspicion that it will involve being in a swamp somewhere in Florida with a sock and a bag and a reptile and all these things that you can't imagine that I hear about that would put fear in the hearts of even the greatest, toughest guy on one of those reality TV shows who wrestles alligators. But that's what Dick Black does for fun. And that makes me admire him, yes, even more. And so with that, I will just tell you that when Dick Black retires and he leaves this body, I will miss him a lot. He has been a wonderful and generous and patient seatmate. And yes, I have multitasked probably more than he would like, and he's had to hit my button more than he would like. But he is a gentle and loving and kind soul. And while he is often characterized as somebody who is a sort of 39 to suitor line kind of guy, that's actually not the case, because Senator Black is very open-minded. And we've had a lot of discussions about things, and he is willing to consider the other side and is a person who is guided by his conscience. And I really admire that about Senator Black. And so with that, I would just like to say he will very, very much be missed. And I wish him Godspeed and much love as he moves on to the next chapter after he leaves the Senate of Virginia. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Arlington? Senator Favola rise.
Mr. President, I rise on a point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, want to say my loving regards to Senator Dick Black, my colleague from Loudoun County. Oftentimes, our constituents in Loudoun would say, boy, we have the whole spectrum represented in our delegation. We go from Senator Barbara Favola to Senator Dick Black, and we have a whole lot in between. But I will say, Senator Black, you have added an incredible perspective that I had not ever quite been exposed to before. we have worked together on issues. The issue that I am proudest of really is when we amended the budget requiring the state to come up with a more comprehensive plan for the closure of the training centers. Do you remember that issue? We went round and about, and I'm glad we had that experience together because it really showed me you're motivated by very good reasons. You really want to help people. And if somebody is suffering or if somebody is in need and you believe you can lend a hand, you will be the first to do it. So that's a really admirable trait. I will not miss your stories, however, on these snakes. And when you stood up and said that your best vacation was in Colorado looking for rattlesnake nests, I thought, my goodness, who would do that? But it takes all kinds. This is the fearlessness that you practice in your private life, you have brought to lawmaking. And it's also this concept of, there's good and there's bad and there's no in between. And that's another perspective that has been valuable to our debates. I have to say overall, though, it has been a real growing experience getting to know you, and it has been fun and very interesting. And I know that our Loudoun delegation meetings will not be as lively without you there, and our debates will be probably a bit more centered. But we will miss you. We will miss you, Senator Black. We truly will. I don't think anybody will ever capture your interest, your drive, your fearlessness. And for that, we thank you. And thank you for your service to our country and to this great Commonwealth.
For what purpose does Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
A brief point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I'm really going to miss Colonel Black. I served in the House with Delegate Black, and I've been privileged to serve here with Senator Black. He's a statesman, he's an accomplished attorney, and he's a warrior. And we have heard his stories, some very serious stories, some very moving stories, and of course some very hilarious stories. But he's one of the few members of the legislature who have actually put his life's blood on enemy territory and left his comrades sometimes in that territory. We still produce people like Colonel Black. But for those people, there are very few who have now or in the future can measure up to a man like Colonel Dick Black. I won't go on and on because I consider him a really dear friend, a mentor in a lot of areas. And for those of us who have served in the United States Naval Service and the United States Marine Corps, Colonel Black, we wish you fair winds and following seas. We'll miss you.
For what purpose, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise on a point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I related this story to Senator Black and his wife a couple days ago, but it bears repeating because it really was one of the most memorable experiences, I would say, of my political career, but really of my life. And I served in the House of Delegates. The gentleman from Amherst, Vance Wilkins, was the speaker. And it's hard to even explain that for those of us that were freshmen then. I mean, we lived in fear of the man. And whatever he said, whether you're Democrat or Republican, that was what was going to happen. And I remember that one day because we had a member, a Northern Virginia Democrat, who had brought a bill he had a large Vietnamese population in his district that basically banned the communist flag of Vietnam from being exhibited in a Virginia classroom. And that was an important bill for his constituents. And somehow he got it out of the Rules Committee. And that bill was going to be on the floor. And so we were meeting in the Democratic caucus, which at that time could have been a phone booth. There was about 12 of us. And there was a knock on the door, and the speaker was there to see this delegate and invited him outside and proceeded to tell him that the Bush administration which is to say Secretary of State Colin Powell had contacted the Speaker and said, this bill needs to go away. We're trying to normalize relations with Vietnam. And they don't want to be embarrassed, and this bill needs to disappear. And proceeded to tell the delegate that. Well, the delegate, I will give him credit, had some moxie and said he would pull the bill off the floor if they agreed to release all their political prisoners. And went back and reported this very gleefully to us. And, you know, when you're that far in the minority, you can kind of do whatever the heck you want. And so we sort of trooped up to the floor knowing that we were going to get up there and try and make a, you know, sort of bang the gong and clang the cymbals and try and make some noise. And what I remember was in the gallery, there was a number of constituents that had come down that were wearing their uniforms from the war. And the delegate got up and made the speech, and then, of course, there was a motion made to send the bill back to committee so it would disappear. And Dick Black stood up. He stood up and started to speak about his recollections and his service during the Vietnam War. And I just remember, I'll never forget this. He looked up and pointed to the people in the gallery. He talked about the Vietnamese he had served with during the war. And he said, I count them among the finest people that I know, and I will not vote to defeat this bill. And, I mean, it was like you had blown the top off that building. And that bill ended up flying through the House about 90-10. Of course, it got killed in the Senate. But I don't think I've ever remembered a time where an individual stood up against the Speaker, against his own caucus, and against the President of the United States, who was, of course, his own party, and spoke with integrity. And we'll never forget that. And it was a moving moment, especially for those of us that, you know, have large communities that live in our districts that escaped communism, whether it's from North Korea or Vietnam, that people were willing to speak on their behalf. Dick, you were willing to speak on their behalf. I won't forget that. So I wish you all the best. It's been fun serving with you both in the House and the Senate. And stay in touch. Thank you very much.
What purpose Senator from Rockingham, Senator Oben Shane, rise.
Mr. President, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I too want to just share a couple of words about my seatmate, my friend, Dick Black. You know, when we talk about the stories, Senator Boysko was over here yesterday, aghast, I would say, at a couple of the stories that were being shared. One about a little boy in the neighborhood that Senator Black sent to ignite a homemade missile that he had made in his garage, and he gave this little boy a torch with which to light this missile, and upon ignition, it caused a mushroom cloud in the street and nearly blew that little boy up. And all the neighbors came to their window and said, what? Said, must be little Dickie Black again. And then, not that was the most exceptional thing that happened in Dick Black's youth, but I think this was also while he was a teenager. He collected in his garage a collection of reptiles. And on one day, he heard a little girl across the street screaming at the top of her lungs. And he went to the window and looked out and saw their pet tortoise slowly wandering across the street. Now, that wasn't what caused that little girl to scream at the top of her lungs. It was what he knew was going on, because if that tortoise was already in the middle of the street, it meant that every other reptile in the entire garage had gotten out. And if you can conjure up the image of snakes on a plane, that is what that little girl was encountering with the entire Black family collection of reptiles slithering around her in the neighborhood. Is that about right? Yeah. I sat here trying to do my work yesterday, and, you know, it's just another day sitting next to Dick Black. I think that Dick Black was sat next to me originally with the understanding that I would maybe do what my mentor in my law practice did, which was routinely reach up and grab the coattails of my coat to try and tug me back down into my chair and encourage me to be quiet. And, you know, I tried that once or twice, but I had totally given up on that effort. And I'm here to tell you that Dick Black is a guy who is going to say what's on his mind. He is going to speak the truth, no matter what, no matter the cost, because it is what is laid upon his heart. He's going to stand up for the principles that he believes in, and he's not going to back down. He has done this all of his life. He's done it in his service of this country. He's done it in raising his family. He's done it in his service in the House and the Senate. You know, even with the stories that Dick does tell about his service, I'm not sure that any of us will fully recognize the extent of what he has done for this country and the sacrifices and the willingness to place his life on the line for the sake of others that he has been willing to step forward and do. You know, I was 16 when I lost my father, and one of my treasured possessions is a small little bound volume of Rudyard Kipling's poem, If. And at the front of that poem, my dad had this little pencil-written note in the front of it. He said, what we need are a few men who are bold and unafraid. And he listed 4 of his friends who I've known virtually all of my life. And he recognized that when he was in college that these were the type of men that he was going to respect. And one of them we just honored with a memorial resolution. Dick Black is one of those men who is bold and unafraid. And if I can just read the last verse of Rudyard Kipling's If, he says, if you can walk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose your common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, and if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it. And which is more, you'll be a man, my son. Well, Dick Black is a man who is bold and unafraid, and I'm proud to call him my friend, and I wish him Godspeed and the best in everything that he ever does.
For what purpose is Senator from Western Fairfax? Senator Marsden rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Brief point of personal privilege.
Thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dick Black and I bonded over our love of the Republic of Korea and Korean people in our efforts to change an ocean name a few years back to co-name the Sea of Japan to EC. You can't imagine how important that was to Koreans. And you know, the difference between Dick Black and myself as we attended events all over Northern Virginia is that I got to come to my love of the Korean people through representing them and dealing with them. Dick came to his love for the Korean people by sharing a battlefield with them in the interests of our country. And I'll always honor him for that and enjoyed so much our time together. And Godspeed, my friend.
What purpose is Senator from King George? Senator Stewart rise.
Rise for a brief point of personal privilege.
Senator has
Mr.
the floor.
Mr. President, don't want to add the stories and things, although I've enjoyed listening to the colonel on the floor of the Senate. I just want to say this. He is unquestionably one of the finest people that I have ever known in my life. He personifies integrity and honor, and he's given more for us in this country and this Commonwealth than, as a senator from Rockingham will ever, said, we'll ever know. And I'm so fortunate to have known him, and I will always admire him and honor him. And thank you, Colonel Black.
For what purpose does the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise?
Point of personal privilege, and to thank the senator from Damascus, Loudoun County. Think about this and the experiences that Senator Black has had from combat in Vietnam, I guess to combat here on the floor of the Senate, but he's always, tried to put his country and the people that put him in office first. And the one thing that I've noticed about Senator Black, Dick, is that it doesn't matter what the difference in views might be between you and he's always willing to listen. There's never a foul word, and he's always got a smile. And relationships and the ability to get along are important here, as everybody knows that. And I never heard an unkind word from Dick about anybody. And you've had an exemplary career. You've given up a lot, for this country, for this state, for your family. You made a lot of sacrifices. And I want to wish you the very, very best in your retirement or semi-retirement or whatever your next endeavor is. We're going to miss you here, Dick.
For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
I want to thank the senator from Loudoun for his leadership. Growing up, I learned about Delegate Black in the pages of the Washington Post. And for a long time, I knew that if Dick Black was mentioned in the Washington Post, they were going to mention how aggressively pro-life he was, and they were always going to try to make it look like his tactics were just so tough. And what he was trying to highlight, though, was the humanity of these unborn babies. And something that didn't start happening until the Post got a newer writer, who happens to be in the chamber now, is they started mentioning what he did in the House on that legislation, and it pointed out that legislation became law. And I was very grateful that in these final articles, it made very clear how successfully effective you were for the right to life, Senator Black, and I'll be forever grateful. When I started representing the Roanoke Valley, I had a businessman who's met, as I surveyed the Senate, most of us all, if not every one of us. And there's only one member he wanted to talk about on just the personal nature of the man, and that was Senator Black. And he said, this man was in firefights in Vietnam. This man flew over 100 combat missions in Vietnam, and he was a military JAG officer. I thought this only happened in the TV show JAG. I can't believe someone like that really exists. And I said, yes, he does, and we're wonderful to have him. And my final thought I want to share about Senator Black was when I was a legislative aide, there was a bill that was making its way. The House had passed it. It was a very bad idea. But it was something that a lot of Republicans did not want to come out and just say it was a bad idea, because it was a great threat to our Constitution. And one of the few people that was willing to step out was Senator Black. And he said, this is a bad idea. And some conservative activists, and this is going to be shocking to the senator from Arlington, they suggested Senator Black's not very conservative. The time has come for a Republican primary of Dick Black. And he gave the greatest quote that I have seen during my entire time here as an aide or as a senator. And that quote was, "I laid out in the sun in Vietnam, unconscious for loss of blood. The idea that somehow I'm going to give fear to a primary? Give me a break." Thank you, Senator Black.
For what purpose does the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. On a brief point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I will tell you, Dick, Jeff Bezos is going to be disappointed that you're retiring. You've sold a lot of papers for the Washington Post, and I'm sure he's going to miss you as much as we're going to miss you here. But let me share a story with you. I went to the Naval Academy, as you all know, and I really hadn't had a whole lot of exposure to the Marine Corps or what the Marine Corps means. And I remember my first history of sea power professor was a major in the Marine Corps and a Vietnam veteran. I had the timidity to submit a term for a term paper that said why the Founding Fathers put the Navy in charge of the Marine Corps and not the other way around. And he allowed me to write that term paper, and I can't let you know what the language was written in red ink all over the term paper. But needless to say, it was my real first exposure to the Marine Corps and what it means to be a Marine. Dick and I have had a number of chances to talk offline, as you know, Dick. When any two people in the military get together, see stories start and things transfer. A little story that Dick told me. He was a flyer in the relatively safety, and I use that term very exclusively, relative safety. He was flying a helicopter, and they needed someone to go up with the troops and as a forward air observer to be able to guide the helicopters in to put whatever they put on the target. And Dick volunteered to do that. And obviously I hadn't heard a word about not volunteering, but I think that speaks to the character of Dick. He knew exactly what he was going into. And as Dick relayed the story to me, he ended up basically taking command simply because of the casualties to the other officers in the unit and put his life out there. And I think you all know the story. I don't think words can express the kind of personality and the kind of individual it takes to be able to do something like that. But I think it speaks to what Dick Black is and who Dick Black is. And I also want to put a plug in, too. It also says the experience that I had not had the experience of the Marine Corps. I had an independent duty corpsman that worked for me on a ship, and he had medals from top to bottom. And he was an anti-war person, and he didn't want to fight. He knew he was going to get drafted, so he went and joined the Navy, and he said, "I want to be a corpsman," not knowing what corpsmen do in the Navy. They're assigned to military Marine platoons, and he was in Vietnam. But he left me a story, and I think that speaks miles about the Marine Corps and also miles about the individuals that make the Marine Corps what it is, like Dick Black. And that is, he said, when everything hit the fan and you went to hide behind get behind some group or the other, he said he always went behind the Marines, not the Army units, but the Marines, because he knew he'd be there. He'd be relative safety that any safety can be for a corpsman that puts his life out there. But it speaks miles about the Marine Corps. It speaks miles about the individuals serving there. And for someone in the Corps to do the kinds of things that Dick had done, I think speaks miles about the character and the kind of person we're going to lose here in the Senate. And I'll miss you, Dick. Thanks.
For what purpose, the senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is a sad day, I think, for all of us. I'll never forget Senator Black coming here in the wave of 2012, where we had people like Senator Reeves, Senator Tom Garrett. Heck, Senator Tom Garrett made Dick Black look like a liberal. Or at least Dick Black could hide under the cover of whatever was coming out of Senator Garrett's mouth the next day. And as you remember, maybe in 2012, that started what was then known by Madam Clerk as the Raucous Caucus. 5 of us over here in the corner. And we like to play a few pranks here and there, just keep it light, because we were doing serious business of Virginia. And there would be an occasion, and I told people, I said, Dick Black's got a ringtone on his phone that is AC/DC, Back in Black. They didn't believe me, but I knew occasionally Dick would leave his ringer on. And so one time, at least one time, I hit his phone, And here comes, back in black. I hate the sack. And Dick's like, whoa, wait. For the next 3 weeks, we tried calling his phone every time he stood up to speak. And he was always a good sport about it. I was trying to educate Dick Black one time about I-73 because Dick was always very Northern Virginia oriented in terms of transportation. And I had a bill here that I was fighting for and I'd lost. I was able to pull it back and I was getting support for it. And I figured I had to go talk to Dick. And back over at the GAB, he had the corner office at the time. And I was talking to Dick about I-73 and he's kind of looking at me. And to his left, if you recall, if you ever went into Dick's office, was a map on an easel. And I made the mistake of saying, hey, Dick, what's that? And then for the next hour and 10 minutes, I got a dissertation of what's going on in the Middle East. And I'll never forget him showing me how they were making a pincer move against ISIS or Daesh. Pincer move. So after that, I walked out of there going, pincer move, pincer move. I couldn't get it out of my head. But he was so dedicated and so knowledgeable and so passionate about something like that, that I think out of pure compassion for me, he voted for that I-73 bill because he knew that I had listened to him for an hour and a half. But I was a lot more educated. And whenever issues of ISIS in the Middle East came up, I said, well, look, Dick Black told me that this is what's going on right now. And he was right. And just as a sidelight, I mean, Dick's moved on from his ringtone from AC/DC's Back in Black. It's now Top Gun, Highway to the Danger Zone. But it's still appropriate for a man like him. And I just want to remember, if we can, one moment of historical significance here on the floor of the Virginia Senate. And it came in the form of a young 11-year-old named Aiden Coleman, who had approached Delegate Pogge and said that Virginia needed a state snake. And this young man's hopes and dreams were cruising along as it passed out of the Senate that we were going to name the Virginia state snake the Eastern Garter Snake, until it ran into this body and Senator Dick Black and his snake hook, who, if you recall, at the time, to establish his credentials, he told us that he had a private license in the state of Florida to own reptiles, which meant you had to do 1,000 hours, I do believe he said, of up-close reptile work, which I bet none of you could ever do or want to do, but Dick Black did. And so I went back just to look at what the fight really was, and that fight that occurred here on the floor, and it reminded me so much of Dick. He said to us all, listen, none of you know about the Eastern Garter Snake like I know about the Eastern Garter Snake. And these are his exact quotes. The garter snake is small. It's ordinary. My kids love when I do my Dick Black impression, by the way. They always ask me to do it. So I'm going to do it for you right now. It's ordinary in every respect. It's a very fearful creature. When it's confronted with danger, it immediately scrambles and runs away. The garter snake eats insects and worms. This is its diet. But there's more. There's a substance it excretes when it's afraid. And it smells something like a cross between a soiled diaper and a skunk. He then made a motion to amend the bill to bestow the state snake honors on the timber rattler, if you do recall. And he had to speak on behalf of his motion. He said, basically, in a nutshell, a timber rattlesnake is a majestic creature. It looks velvety. The snake looks velvety. It's not fearful. It's very courageous. It does not ask for trouble, but when trouble comes its way, it's ready. It's sort of assertive. It's not like sic semper garter snake. You come after me, I run if I'm a garter snake. I hide, and then I soil you a little bit. Mr. President, this demonstrated right at that moment in 2016 that Dick Black stands for what's right for the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I guess we passed that bill with the garter snake becoming the state snake, and Nathan Coleman had his day. But it was one of the most memorable times, and I think if you all remember, we were laughing to the point where we were on the floor. Sic semper garter snake, Dick. And quite frankly, I think when you were describing the timber rattlesnake, when you said it's not fearful, it's very courageous. It does not ask for trouble, but when trouble comes its way, it's ready. Describes you, my friend. And quite frankly, I don't think we would ever be who we are and as we are in the Republican caucus without you. I can tell you this in closing. First, the senior senator from Fairfax scared the heck out of my friend, Senator Carrico, because if the senior senator from Fairfax would know, Damascus is in his district in Virginia. Here's what I heard out of Carrico. Oh, my goodness, I'm getting primaried by Dick Black. And quite frankly, we wish you would. He's turned to gambling and raising taxes. Satan has had his way with this young man over here. Ladies and gentlemen, I too will never forget his stories. I too will always remember the good advice he's always given me. I too, even when he voted against most of my stuff, remember that he always came over and principally told me why. And I think that explains who he is. He was a man of principle. He is a man of principle. And that's sometimes not what we all can say about ourselves at every one given moment. But he can. He can, and he does. And I will tell you that he had the courage, the political courage on many occasions, at least on this side, to say what we did not have the political courage to say about a particular issue. And sometimes he was willing to get up and run to the front in order to give us cover. And that is the true measure of a man or a woman in this chamber. Because no matter what I think this caucus can say, and I know you guys sometimes shook your heads over there, but it was always in good faith and in good moments. It's that Dick Black, is a team player. That he swallowed more toads, we call it swallowing toads, on votes that he thought he had to take for the team than we have ever had, or that he ever made us do. And I'll never forget, too, sitting as we were one time, and he stood up in a very heated discussion, and he started talking about his experience in Vietnam. And I have imitated it on a number of occasions. And we looked at each other and said, what is he talking about? Oh, what is this? And then it turned out to be one of the most majestic, beautiful, strong, fearless statements about human life. And that what we all do, that we fight for human life even in our worst moments. And the appreciation that we should have for it, because most of us have not seen it in the context that Senator Black has. That is a speech that I have on my iPad at all times. My wife wept openly after hearing it. It is one of the finest moments on this floor, one of the finest moments of his career, and I think should define us all. That may we have the courage, may we have the intestinal fortitude, may we even have 10% of it that Senator Black has had. Thank you for being my friend. Thank you for voting against all my stuff. And Godspeed, my friend. I know you've got many things in front of you. And I will stand here today to tell you that as soon as we get out of here, am writing you a check for that primary against Senator Carrico. Thank you for everything, Dick. God bless you.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, rise?
Mr. President, for a point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to my friend Dick Black, and I will not recount the stories. Mine will be, Dick, a little more personal. I've always considered that people that have been on this floor, like Chuck Colgan and others, that were willing to kind of define what love is. And one of those items I've always believed is love is willing to, whether you're conservative or a liberal, to take care of people who cannot take care of themselves. And I've always thought that was one of the definitions of one's ability to love. And Dick, for many years, you've sat beside me in education and health, and before when you were in the House of Delegates. And it seems like those issues you pick up, you're picking up items that people just can't take care of themselves, and you're willing to help. One of those is dyslexia, and you and I know some reasons why those are items that are important to the two of us, and they've hit pretty close to home. You've been relentless on that item, and I think the Commonwealth is much better as a result. When it comes to the training centers between the senator from Fairfax and others in this chamber, you have been tirelessly working not just for the Northern Virginia Training Center, but for people in Central Virginia and Hillsville, wherever they are, because God told you to take care of people that couldn't take care of themselves, and I'm grateful. Dick, also on the issue of life, this chamber does not always have the same perspective on that issue, but you pick it up for the same reason. You want to protect people who cannot take care of themselves, and I'm very grateful for it. Mr. Chairman, also thinking back to Senator Colgan, if one day when we're all done, when I'm done, I want to be able to say I was like Colgan. And when I have a touch of arrogance or a touch of haughtiness, I go home and I worry about that. And I've never seen it from you. You are purely kind, and I am grateful for that, sir. You know, I've sat beside of you so many years that I've added up your stories, and I don't know how old you are, but you got to be very old to have all those experiences that you've enjoyed. But I just wanted to stand and just thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your mentorship to me for many years. I think you know that I love you. I appreciate you. And I think this chamber, this senator, these senators are better off because you decided to serve. Thank you, sir.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Senator from Loudoun, Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise on a point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot thank each of you enough for all of your kind comments. This marks 20 years since I was elected, and it marks 400 years since people started doing what all of you are doing here in the chamber today. And I count every single person in this chamber as a friend. And, it's interesting. Back, when I was thinking of running for the Senate, I kind of went through some of the friends that I had from the House, because I had been in the House. And it was interesting how many of them were Democrats. And I'm talking about personal friends. And you'll remember, well, Lionel Sproul was one who came up. But there was Johnny Joanno, and there's Joe Johnson, there was Jackie Stump, and it went on. And I was kind of surprised that relative to the Republic, there were just a slew of Democrats on there. And it's not that we voted the same way, but that we just really cared for each other. We really had a great love and affection for one another. So I count so many friends in the General Assembly, and especially here in the Senate now. And, there have been times that we have a little fun. Sometimes we create a little embarrassment at the expense of one of our members, which makes it all the more fun. And I recall one time I made the mistake, and I caution all of you never to leave your phone alone when you go back in to grab a bite to eat. And it happened to be at the time that the minister was getting up, and he was about to give the opening prayer, and all of a sudden, his very carefully rehearsed prayer turned into danger zone. So, and of course, I went into a mad panic and came running out here, not knowing who might have been the one to have caused this tremendous embarrassment to me. But anyway, so we have had a lot of fun, and so I have really been blessed by having the gentle lady from Fauquier. I have introduced 40 of her children now. And they are a blessing, and she is a blessing, and the gentleman from Rockingham, I told him after his speech, I am aware, I'm not quite of that era to have known his father, but his father was viewed across this state as one of the great statesmen of all time in Virginia. And so it was a little bit touching when he mentioned me as being among those that his father would have put down. And that was, I'm sure overstated, but still very touching that he would refer to me in the same sentence with his father. So I'm very grateful. It has taken two tremendous parliamentarians to keep me in line, and occasionally our dear friend Tara has come to our rescue when we have had some particularly challenging issue. And Madam Clerk, I thank you and all of the staff who do such magnificent work for this institution. As we went through the memorializing resolutions, I felt a little badly that I hadn't pulled one out, and it was Alan Wombold. And I know when the name came up, we all said, Alan Wombold, and I had known that he had passed on. He worked with me to craft the legislation that built the Route 28 freeway that was one of the most successful road projects. Charlie Waddell had started, and then I picked it up, and we replaced all the traffic lights and so forth. It was a very big thing. But we have in legislative services people who do enormous good work for the Commonwealth, and through their creativity, they're able to do miracles. And we also have recognized people like Bill Axel, who, people have this image of lobbyists. Oh, it's a lobbyist. And, I'm sure there's some lobbyists that we might not be fond of. But I think here in the Commonwealth, I can't say that there are any that I'm not fond of, because I don't know how we'd function. I honestly do not know how we would function if we did not have both sides of issues presented by these fine people. So I have enjoyed working with all of them. I just want to thank each of you, because I honestly, on both sides of the aisle, I count each of you as a personal friend. I admire you. I admire each one of you. And I have an affection for the folks on the far side of the aisle. I don't know how many times we've been chief co-patron. I think probably I've done that far more with Democrats than I have with Republicans. So it's been interesting, and I thank the gentle lady from the Washington Post, and for her work, and I thank you after having had at least 1,000 articles written about how outrageous it was that I had sent each member of the Senate a 17-cent plastic model of a 10-week-old child. The gentle lady from the Washington Post was the only person I'm talking about at least 1,000 articles, was the only one who has ever written that the bill then passed. And when there was a poison pill amendment, we overrode it with a bipartisan 2/3 majority in both houses, over 2/3. And so, in any event, I am grateful for small kindnesses. But in any event, thank you so much. I've taken up way too much of your time, and I just can't thank you enough for all of your friendship. I will never forget the tremendous leadership of our Senate Majority Leader, who has herded cats in a way that just required enormous skill, because we're in this situation. One vote and things can go awry, and yet we've managed to be cohesive and of course my dear friend on the our committee chairman for education and health, who has guided us so gracefully and graciously through things that are very, very controversial and difficult, and treated both sides with such enormous graciousness and kindness. I think all of us can take pride in that type of thing. And I do take pride in the institution. And I will tell you, one person that I will particularly miss is the very, very senior senator from Fairfax County, who has told more stories that don't bear repeating. I've told him, I said, you've got to write a book. You got to write a book. He says, I got to wait until a few more people die. So, but anyway. But it really... he says that all the time about you. That is so true. I've got to tell you, one of the things that makes being here worthwhile is listening to those stories that are a little bit before my time, but they reflect a great time, an exciting time where, I don't know, people knew how to have fun, and they really did have, well, in some cases, as you mentioned, they've had so much fun that they actually literally fell over on the floor of the Senate with their good times. But in any event, I want to thank all of you. You've been more than generous and more than gracious, and I just extend my love, my respect to all of you. This is a great and honorable institution. If our nation had adopted more and patterned more of what it is after Virginia, we would be in a better place than we are today, because this is the finest state in the Union, and it is because of those of you who preserve the traditions, preserve the respect and the dignity, and I thank you very much for allowing me to be a part of it. God bless you all.
Senate will stand at ease. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I invite all 40 of the senators to join the Senate Finance Committee in the old Senate chambers who are prepared to give you a preview and overview of the budget, and they will be prepared to answer any questions or concerns that you may have. So if we could retire to the old Senate chambers immediately.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hanover,
Mr.
Senator McDougal.
President, on the way to the old Senate chamber, when we, before we retire, if we could have a quick rules meeting at the desk. We received late a House Joint Resolution from the House that has to be acted on today.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman. Senator, want to make a motion to recess?
Mr. President, I move that we stand in recess until 4 p.m.
Thanks, Senator. Without objection, Senate will stand in recess until 4 p.m. The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery.
On page 7 of the calendar, House Bill 2296.
Senator Barker's not here.
See, he's not here.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the adoption of conference committee report, what this conference committee did, even though I'm not on it, I'm happy to defer to the gentleman, but I can tell you what it did. This deals with lawsuits. Oh, there he is.
Yes, I was trying to find out where it was.
Mr. President, what this bill did was it provided a measure of grace for banks and credit unions who have claims made against them under the Disabilities Act for allegedly inaccessible websites. There is a proliferation of these lawsuits under the ADA. Some are being asserted under the Virginia Disabilities Act. This establishes the national standard as the standard that would exist under Virginia's Disability Act for website accessibility and gives banks and credit unions a 180-day period within which to cure the deficit with respect to accessibility once they're notified.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Southern Fairfax? Senator Barker, rise.
Mr. President, speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I also endorse this proposal, that conference committee report, and hope that we would adopt it. This was, I think, a very fair proposal that we have here. It deals with the issue. It makes sure that that individuals who have hearing or visual disabilities have a clear right to be able to access information on the website, and it uses a standard website categorization and requirements that are there. There is no federal provision in terms of website usage, particularly for people with hearing or visual disabilities. So that's why we need to come up with something in Virginia here, and it uses an existing section of the code to be able to set up a legal process to challenge that. And so I think it is something definitely worthwhile, and I hope the body would adopt the conference report.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 7, House Bill 2303.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2303. Basically, it was agreed to in large part when we passed it out of here 40-0. The changes now include a penalty of a Class 3 misdemeanor if one violates the law of reporting when going to an emergency shelter. It also contains language that makes it very clear that no one can be barred from one of those shelters solely because of their status on the sex offender register.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Fairfax City? Senator Peterson, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise to speak the report.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I signed off on this report, but I'm not going to vote for it, and let me tell you why. The bill that we passed out of here, I believe was Senator Spruill's, maybe it was Cosgrove, actually was it protected those folks that were in an emergency facility, that they couldn't be banned, they couldn't be thrown out because of their status as a registered sex offender. What we've done here is we've, to some extent, turned that on its head, where basically when they come in, they can be denied entry. And again, this is an emergency situation, and you're giving somebody the ability to deny them entry. And what really kind of made an impact on me was when we had testimony on this bill, there was no actual incident that this responds to. Instead, it was sort of this theoretical concern. So again, I've spoken on this issue a few times, probably more than is intelligent for me to do so, but I just feel like this is solving a problem that doesn't exist.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor? Senior from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
If no other person wants to speak, I'd like to.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this was brought to our attention in the city of Chesapeake by the police department. We've had several instances, including a mandatory shutdown, where we've had people in the shelters that are sex offenders, and there's no way to recognize that unless you go and look up the registry. You happen to know that person. This bill doesn't, do anything except make them just report to the local law enforcement entity that's in that shelter, and that's it. Thank you.
Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference?
Mr. President?
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Could that report go by for temporarily?
Without objection, House Bill 2303 will go by temporarily.
On page 12, House Bill 2814.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I move that the conference report to 2814 pass, and speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this was extending the Sunset Commission on the economic opportunity for Virginians in inspiring and diverse communities. Mr. President, the House wanted to take it to 2021. We looked at it and confirmed that it would cost us no additional money if we only extended it to 2020, so the Senate only agreed to extend it to 2020. And that's all the bill does, is extend that sunset provision from 2019 to 2020.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke City.
Having voted on the prevailing side by which we adopt the conference report to House Bill 2296, I ask that
what page are we on, sir?
On page 7. I ask that be reconsidered.
Question is, shall the vote by which the Senate adopted the conference committee report for House Bill 2296 be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke City. Senator Edwards.
To save somebody else from having to do so, with a recommendation that we reject it, which is not what most people voted for, I move that we adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, having seen the conference committee report for just a second ago, this is not what we approved in the courts committee. This seems to be what the House approved. It's a 1-year statute of limitations already, which is very, very short for anything. And this not only says a 1-year statute of limitations, but it'd be really hard for anybody to comply with it. The people in the disability community, you got to file a written registered mail within 180 days, and then you can't file a suit sooner than 120 days thereafter. It says the action shall be commenced no sooner than 120 days thereafter, and you got a 1-year statute of limitations. I don't know how anybody without a lawyer at their side all the time could ever comply with this. And I would hope that we reject this and send it back to a new Commerce Committee and adopt the Senate version and not the House version. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Rockingham? Senator Obenshain rise.
Mr. President, I would ask the body to vote yes on this. And what I would say to the gentleman is he's partially right and partially wrong. The bill did come over from the House. We did debate this. There was a companion that Senator Barker carried, which tried to address this situation in a much different way, in a different part of the code, Section 8.01, which kind of messed with civil remedies and the defenses that are procedural defenses that are available. And when this came over, it had all of this in it. But in committee, we had a debate, and we were indeed pressed for time. And in order to keep the discussion alive so that there was a bill, I think everybody in that committee understood we were going to continue to look at it and work on it. And in order to make a change, to send it to conference, that language with respect to the 180 days was taken out of the bill. And it didn't get put back in order to surprise anybody or to double back and reverse our position. But a couple of important changes were made in order to, I think, address some of the concerns. This is a very narrow bill. As the first draft of this conference report came through, it was really addressing the remedies provision of the Virginia Disabilities Act in a broad way that I thought was inappropriate. And the 180 days is the time period that's given to banks and credit unions is only given to banks and credit unions and financial institutions. Moreover, in practical terms, the real world is nobody sues anybody for inaccessible websites under the Virginia Disabilities Act. Nobody does it. Every single one of these cases is made under the Americans with Disabilities Act. And the important thing that this does is it sets forth a standard in this act that is the prevailing standard. The federal government has not adopted a standard. So when somebody is sued, even under the Americans with Disabilities Act, what they can say is the federal government hadn't given us a standard, but we complied with the standard set forth in the Code of Virginia, and hopefully it will provide some clarity, some assistance in defending this case. I hear what the gentleman's saying with respect to that 180 days, but I respectfully submit it's not going to make a difference. First of all, it's so narrow. Second of all, nobody files claims under the Virginia Disabilities Act, and it is something that I thought was reasonable. So I'd ask the members to vote yes.
What purpose is the senator from Southern Fairfax? Senator Barker, rise.
Mr. President, speaking just briefly again, I renew the motion, my support for the motion to adopt the conference report. It is an existing code section that's there, and that's where the 180 days came from, not something that was done just as part of this conference committee report. And it does, as the senator from Rockingham said, not only adopt just an existing provision for people with disabilities in terms of being able to seek action, but it also does provide a clear, bright line in terms of what the standard is. Because right now, there is no standard under either federal or state law for this. This at least establishes a standard under state law, and hopefully something that could be used to someone who was challenging the Americans with Disabilities Act in federal court in Virginia.
Thank the senator. First senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, if this bill, this conference report, only had the standards that we've been talking about, which is the way it came, as I recall, it came out of the courts committee, I would support it. In fact, I did support it when it came out of the courts committee. But the 180 days is more than just, it's very convoluted, not just a 180-day period, but 120 days, blah, blah, blah. It's got all, that is ridiculous, Mr. President. I would recommend voting against it because of that. If it were only the standard, I'd say yes. But with this extra time period, I don't know how anybody could comply with it very well.
Thank the senator. This is the current motion that is on the floor. Is with the recommendation that it be rejected. The question shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report. All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 7.
Ayes 33, noes 7. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 12, conference committee report on House Joint Resolution 615.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that this House Joint Resolution be adopted. It is the measure dealing with constitutional amendment for creating a redistricting commission. It is largely consistent with the existing, with the measure that I've had that passed in the Senate, and this one passed with these provisions in it as well. It differs slightly from what passed the Senate on a 40-0 vote when we acted on the proposal that I had presented, and then again on Delegate Cole's presentation. It does require, it provides two opportunities to get it right and have a redistricting commission adopt something, and then it goes to the General Assembly to vote for an up or down vote. If they don't get it passed the first go-round, they do a brief second round with 14 days to come up with a new plan and 7 days for the General Assembly to act on that. And if that does not pass at that time, it goes straight to the Supreme Court for action. Other than that is largely the bill that passed the Senate.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 14, Senate Bill 1047.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. This Senate Bill 1047 is the same bill, the same conference report that the House Bill 2303 that was just taken by temporarily. It's come to my attention that somebody who has always advocated against protections like this sent an email to almost everybody except the two patrons of the bill, telling everybody how bad the bill was. Well, there are a lot of misrepresentations in this email, and I would yield to the gentleman from Rockingham if he would care to speak to this, because I did work closely with...
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I've not seen the email. I don't quite know what it says, but what I would say is that, you know, we have looked at this issue for the past couple of years, and, you know, we have tried to be much more careful over the past several years, certainly in the years that I have chaired the Courts of Justice Committee. It's easy to disregard the concerns of people who are on the sex offender registry or who are concerned about who we put on the sex offender registry. They're not very popular people, and it's really hard to lobby for them. And we've really made a concerted effort to listen, because good points are occasionally made about what we should and shouldn't do, and about what protections we should and shouldn't make, and who ought to be included on that list and who shouldn't be included on that list. And we want to make sure that we get it right. We did pass this bill with a provision out of the Senate that said nobody can be excluded from an emergency shelter solely because they're listed on a sex offender registry. And I think that's the right position to take. Through discussions, and this bill's been bounced back and forth for the past 2 or 3 years. And this year, there was a little bit of latitude given down the hall. And what it says is that with respect to people who are not on the violent sex offender registry, if you're not on the violent sex offender registry, you cannot be excluded from a shelter solely because you're on the sex offender registry. For those persons who are on the violent sex offender registry, it also does not permit their exclusion solely because they are on the violent sex offender registry. What it does say is that law enforcement may take what steps are appropriate to provide for the protection of people in the shelter to the extent that they deem it necessary to take steps. With respect to those on the violent sex offender registry, I would submit, and it doesn't permit them to be excluded. It only permits them to be excluded until arrangements can be made, which probably aren't going to take more than a minute or two, or 5 minutes, or 10 minutes in order to make those arrangements. So we have really tried to be thoughtful and careful about the manner in which this is structured and to take into consideration the often unpopular concerns of those who are advocating for people who have this classification. So I would respectfully submit that this is a fair, thoughtful, and balanced approach to a very challenging issue.
For what purpose, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the conference report.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I know if you haven't already opened up your computers to look at the conference report, what it says in subpart B, subsection B, it says, notwithstanding the foregoing, emergency shelter staff may deny entry of a person on such registry as been convicted of a sexually violent assault offense for a period of time necessary to ensure the safety of other individuals admitted to the emergency shelter. Now, I understand what my colleague from Harrisonburg says and what the gentleman from South Chesapeake says, that, this is a reasonable accommodation. We're trying to strike a middle ground. But keep in mind, this is a state code. What we're putting in the state code is basically giving an emergency shelter the ability to deny somebody access. Someone who's a free citizen that's served their time of incarceration and is out on the street and could be a father, could be a brother, could be somebody, for all we know, in a wheelchair, and yet they're allowed to leave this person outside a shelter. There could be a storm. There could be a hurricane. It could be a bomb. I mean, it's inconceivable to me that we would put something like this in the code. There's no need for it. Our police and fire folks can deal with these situations, okay? Back in the 1940s, London went through the Blitz, and they were able to get through these situations probably without having these kind of laws on the books. So I think we can give a little bit more confidence to our uniformed personnel to deal with these situations without putting laws on the books like this. Thank you.
Purpose of the Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. The gentleman from Rockingham would rise for a question.
Senator Yield for a question.
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Thank you. Sir, I'm looking at Section B, and I'm listening very carefully. Sometimes Section B, when a lot of times lawyers say may and shall. So in this section where it says may, what happens if the law enforcement officer, because of a violent sex offender, and they say may, what happens if they don't do it? So I'm trying to understand. Shall mean you got to do it. This way it says may. So what happens if they choose the option not to do it because of may? What happens to them then?
To the officer?
No, to the person, to the other.
I thank the gentleman. If the officer decides not to exclude the person from the shelter, the person comes into the shelter and is sheltered.
Okay. I'm trying, Mr. President, another question.
Further question? Senator Gill?
I thought when you were trying to explain that person could be turned away from the shelter. Did I misunderstand that?
Mr. President.
There's the floor.
What this says is he cannot be it does not say they can be turned away. What it says is that they can be denied entry only, but only for a period of time necessary to ensure the safety of other individuals admitted to the emergency shelter.
Mr. President, so after that has been assured, then you have to let them in after they do that?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would say to the gentleman, yes, they absolutely have to let them in, and I would remind the gentleman that this provision applies only to those who have been convicted of violent sexual or acts that would put one on the violent sex offender registry.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. President.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Gentlemen yield.
Senator Yield.
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Just curious, how are they going to know? Is he going to have to divulge? Is he going to have to present? Or are he going to do a background check on everybody coming in?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, it's a very good question. And I would refer the gentleman to Section A of the report, which is the primary purpose of this bill that requires those who are on a sex offender registry to make it known to those who are operating the shelter. It says that they are required to notify a member of the emergency shelter staff who's responsible for providing security that they are indeed a registered sex offender.
For what purpose is the Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben, rise?
To ask the senator from Rockingham if he would yield for a question.
Senator, yield.
First, I would say this ain't my bill, but yes, I will yield.
Well, if someone else wants to yield who's familiar with this.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
So the bill says on line 19 through 21, emergency staff, shelter staff may deny the entry of a person on such registry who's been convicted of a sexually violent offense for a period of time as necessary to ensure the safety of others. If you're in a hurricane situation, what would you do? I mean, how would that be interpreted? Would you get an attorney if they're denying you entry? How would that work?
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, what I would suggest to the gentleman is that it would work just like the other part. You can't be denied solely on the basis of your registry. I suppose if there are two people at the door in one spot, maybe they could say the one goes to the person who's not on the sex offender registry. If looking at the reaction and response to the last hurricane is any indication, there were thousands of beds made available at locations, and it may be that the accommodation is going to be placing the person in some near proximity to the persons who are responsible for security at the facility. But, you know, there are certainly contingencies that we can all dream up that do not have answers that are contained in the bill, and that is the case for every single bill. And in this instance, I would respectfully submit that if there is an emergency and somebody is excluded solely on the basis that they are listed on the sex offender registry and they are not allowed in, they have civil recourse, and they have recourse to the courts as well. And I think that the concern that our law enforcement community is going to do that is, I would say respectfully, it is a misplaced concern.
Mr. President, would the gentleman yield for a final question?
Senator, yield.
I hope so. Yes, I yield, and I hope it's a final question.
It is. I would ask the gentleman, does this mean if a person who's on that registry has served time in jail, completed their sentence, completed their parole, that they would be registered even though they'd be considered, other than their registry status, to be allowed elsewhere except for schools or whatever?
Senator's floor.
Mr. President, that is a policy. I would answer the gentleman that is a policy decision that we made many years ago, that with the establishment of a sex offender registry, it is a public document. It was deemed to be in the best interest of the safety of our communities. I know that there is some discussion and debate about the validity of those concerns and whether that policy decision was accurate and correct, but it was made, and there are also barriers to employment. This year we passed legislation, I can't remember, but maybe dealing with commercial for-hire vehicles. I don't think it was buses, but conforming the taxi cab statutes to the transportation networking statutes. Already, it's not allowable for people to drive cabs operate TNCs or drive school buses or field trip commercial buses if they are have certain classifications as convicted sex offenders who are on the registry. And this is a policy consideration that is very similar to the ones that we made in those instances.
For purpose, Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike, rise.
Mr. President, rise to reluctantly speak against the measure.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill, I think, on both sides that the Senate substitute coming out of course justice, we passed 40-0. The conference report introduces, and I think, frankly, the body has now succumbed to the lower chamber's request on this. I think you had a pretty good bill that moved forward out of courts of justice from this chamber, and the conference report introduces a whole new host of ideas, both the additional Class 3 misdemeanor, which in the certain circumstance which you might have to go, who the heck knows if someone's going to be thinking about that if they're trying to save their family. Face it or not, folks have families even with these charges surrounding them. It's a confusing standard. Now you've introduced a subsection B that has a maybe you do, maybe you don't sort of circular trap in this to the senator from Fairfax City's point. We had a bill that, again, passed. I voted for it 40-0 out of this chamber. It was a good piece of bill. My recommendation is to reject the conference report, get it back to the House member, and tell them we've got the best bill. I don't know why this chamber is coming to the House request on this when it's a good bill as it passed out of this chamber, Mr. President. And sometimes we got to put up the red to tell the House where things need to be.
What purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Mr. President, I hear what the opponents of this are saying, but I would just say that if they feel as I do, that if my wife or children or their husbands and children are going to a shelter in an emergency situation, we want to make sure that they are as safe as they can possibly be. We can all recall what happened at the Superdome in Katrina. I'm not saying that's going to happen here. All this does is require that person who's on the sexual offender registry list to inform law enforcement at the shelter of their status. I want that protection for my family, and I hope you want it for yours. Thank you.
What purpose is Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise?
Rise to speak to the measure, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
And Mr. President, I understand and I agree with the gentleman from Prince William. I hate to agree with anything they asked for down there. But in this particular instance, I just want to remind everybody, when you've got folks going to a shelter, they're probably some of the most vulnerable folks in the community at one of their most vulnerable times. And this bill says you cannot deny entry to someone just because they're on the sex offender registry. It specifically says that. It does say, however, you can temporarily deny someone who is on the violent sexual predator list. And that's a big distinction. And it may be that they want to make sure if there are a bunch of little children in there, they get the little children out of the way. It really is a very reasonable approach, and I think we should support it.
Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 15.
Page 15, Senate Bill 1126.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Oh, we were supposed to call on Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
Senator has the floor.
This is the bill that was heard in this body that's been combined dealing with casino gambling. It is a structure now that's set in place that will name the 5 cities. It will have a referendum process, and it will be reenacted in January 2020 after the JLARC study is done, and the General Assembly will have an opportunity to vote on this again in 2020, and then there'll be a process after that that the referendum has to be voted on before January 2021. I hope we adopt the report.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor?
Mr. President.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Yes, I rise to support adopting the conference committee report on.
Senator has the floor.
Speaking to Senate Bill 1126, and for all of the reasons that's been stated by my colleague from Grayson, Grayson also moved that we adopt the conference committee report.
This says when it shall end.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 10.
Ayes 30, noes 10. The Senate adopts the conference committee report. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate you interrupting the flow of business. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate Finance staff has remained in the antechamber right off our chambers to answer any questions that you have. And they're very appreciative of the few of you that have come in and asked questions, and they have tried to address those. If there is no one else who intends to have a conversation with them, I'd like to release them so they could possibly go home. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator.
On page 16, Senate Bill 1341.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. I didn't know you all had received this conference committee report. Mr. President, this was the bill that was the hands-free bill. It got changed just a little bit. It does have all the enactment clauses that we started out with, but the language ultimately ended up being such that you could hold your phone and talk with it to your ear. You could hold it and talk into it, but you cannot manipulate it and enter data or look at text or read emails or such as that. So it's not what we had to start with. It is a compromise, and it was the compromise that all of the conferees would agree to. So I would say it is very largely a hands-free bill, but not entirely. But it is the best we could do, and I'd ask that we support it.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 2.
Ayes 36, noes 2. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 17, Senate Bill 1455.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mercifully, we have found the conference committee report. It was lost. And I think for about maybe the 5th time I get to explain this bill.
Senator's floor.
I would actually request that the body adopt the conference committee report. This is the identical conference committee report that we voted on yesterday or the day before. This is the Senate's version of the State Board of Elections reorganization, 5-member board that has patrons on both sides of the aisle that have supported it, worked to pass it. And with that, I would just ask that the body support the Senate's version, which is the conference committee report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Mr. President.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
I apologize for interrupting, but having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed Senate Bill 1341 on page 16, I'd ask that we reconsider that vote so a member may vote.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the Senate adopted the conference committee report for Senate Bill 1341 be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having previously been explained, I'd move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 18, Senate Bill 1494.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the body concur in the conference committee's report. What this is, the conference committee adopted the Senate version. What this bill is the Firefighters and Emergency Medical Technicians Procedural Guarantee Act. It very simply provides, as we voted on before, that the conference committee agreed to was that evidence gathered through the conduct of an interrogation that violates the provisions of this chapter should not be admissible in any case under the Procedural Guarantee Act against a firefighter or emergency medical services personnel. This is exactly what we agreed to in the Senate previously. With that explanation, I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 19, Senate Bill 1619.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the conference committee report. I know this is what everybody's been waiting for, spoliation. Mr. President, this bill, I think everybody has essentially agreed to who had an interest in it. It is a bill that largely codifies Rule 36 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure to apply to evidence that is lost or destroyed. At least an earlier iteration of this bill provided for some sanctions in the event that evidence is negligently lost, maybe some enhanced sanctions. What the bill does is it provides in the event that there is reckless behavior or intentional behavior resulting in the loss of evidence in connection with civil litigation, it allows the court to instruct a jury that they may presume that that evidence was unfavorable to the party who lost the evidence. It doesn't go as far as maybe I'd have liked to have seen it go. I think some others would have liked not to see a bill, but at least in the litigation world in which I was brought up, where everybody walks away mutually dissatisfied, that's a hallmark of a pretty good resolution. So with that, I would renew my motion to adopt the conference committee report.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report.
Page 20, Senate Bill 1628.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the Conference Committee report and speak to that.
Thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This took a while to sort out between the budget, and this basically is a piece of legislation that does two things. It allows universities and schools of higher education to develop agreements with the state outside of their 6-year plan to provide innovative new programming that will both reduce costs for students who are in those institutions of higher learning, and also to help economic development in Virginia, as we've known our colleges are quite capable of doing. In addition to that, this also enables a more expanded version of the internship language that we had last year in the budget, and it allows SHEV to develop a more robust internship program so that our students are more employable when they do graduate. So, Mr. President, with that information, I hope that we will support this committee conference report.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report.
Page 22, Senate Joint Resolution 306.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt a conference report. And speaking to that,
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, this is the constitutional amendment dealing with the redistricting commission, the same as one we passed just a few minutes ago on a 40-0 vote. So I will not take a lot of time reiterating the merits of this, but I do want to take just a moment to thank everybody in the Senate for the extraordinary amount of time that's been put on this effort over many years to get us to this point, which I think is extraordinarily outstanding. Starting about a decade or so ago with the senator from Bath who raised this issue and has pursued it ever since. The senior senator from Fairfax who worked with me on developing the proposal that we put forward this year. The junior senator from Richmond City. That worked with me in terms of trying to make sure that we were taking care of Voting Rights Act issues, opportunities for racial and ethnic minorities to elect the candidates of their choice. The senator from Fauquier, who was extraordinarily valuable in helping figure out how to structure this and dealing with every issue that came along the way. The senator from Chesapeake, who stood strong and for the first time in his life voted for one of these bills. And as well as many others, and all the citizen advocates who helped get us there. It's certainly been a process, but one that I think it's well worth it, that will benefit the citizens of Virginia for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report.
Returning to page 7, Conference Committee report on House Bill 2303. 2337, I'm sorry.
I lied.
No, you were right.
I was right. Of course.
You're always right.
House Bill 2303.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Rats, I was really hoping she was talking about the next one. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, this is the sex offender in shelters bill that we just voted on. It's already been explained. So if you voted for the other one, vote for this one. If you didn't, vote for this one anyway. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt? Is the governor's recommendation or is the Conference Committee report?
Conference.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Make sure we're on the. No, you're all good. You're all good. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 3, conference committee report on House Bill 1811.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart. Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. He's not here, but I believe I can cover for it because it's identical to the bill that we just previously passed, and I've been covering for him for a long time, Mr. President. So I might just yield the floor back to him.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
I thought he did a fine job. I hope we adopt the conference committee report. It's identical to the bill we just passed.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 6, House Bill 2178.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove. You might want to field this one.
Mr. President, if you'd pass that by temporarily, please, sir.
Without objection, House Bill 2178 will be passed by temporarily.
Page 10, House Bill 2653.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Presumably that is another one to pass by temporarily.
That's yours.
That's mine? Maybe we better pass it by temporarily.
Without objection, House Bill 2653 will be passed by temporarily.
So now it's
Supplemental calendar number 1. Uncontested calendar, House Joint Resolution on second reading. House Joint Resolution 1097, confirming appointments by the Joint Rules Committee.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I move that we waive the reading, the second constitutional reading.
the third.
The third.
The third reading.
Second.
Third.
You got to do this. Third.
It's on second reading. So
I move that we engross in advance.
No. Let me say something and see if you agree with this. Do you want to suspend the rules and waive the third constitutional reading?
Yes.
Perfect. That's what we're going to do. The question is, shall the Senate suspend the rules and waive the third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is waived. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I move that we agree to the resolution. This is confirming the 2 Joint Rules Committee appointments that were made to VRS back in December.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the Senate agree to Senate Joint Resolution? To the House Joint Resolution 1097. All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. Senate agrees to House Joint Resolution 1097.
Memorial resolutions.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move all of the memorial resolutions contained on pages 1 and 2 of the supplemental calendar, which would include House Joint Resolution 970 through Senate Resolution 168, be agreed to in the block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolution. Any senator who desires to remove a memorial resolution from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the title of that resolution.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the memorial resolutions on pages 1 through 2, House Joint Resolution 970 through Senate Resolution 168, be considered in the block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolutions thereof, with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the title of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. The clerk will read the titles of the memorial resolutions.
House Joint Resolution 970, celebrating the life of Dale Warren Dover. House Joint Resolution 1049, celebrating the life of Mitchell Raftelis. House Joint Resolution 1059, celebrating the life of March Cromiel Jr., United States Navy, retired. Senate Resolution 168, celebrating the life of Kenneth A. Hall.
The resolutions will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolutions will please rise. The resolutions are agreed to.
Commending resolutions.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move all of the commending resolution on pages 2 and 3 of the supplemental calendar, which would include all resolutions, including House Joint Resolution 651 through Senate Resolution 169, be agreed to in the block by voice vote, waiving the reading of the resolution. Any senator who desires to remove a commending resolution from the block should please do so after the clerk has read the number of that resolution.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the commending resolutions on pages 2 through 3, House Joint Resolution 651 through Senate Resolution 169, be considered in the block by voice vote, waiving the reading of the resolutions, with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. The clerk will read the numbers of the resolutions.
House Joint Resolutions 651, 738, 772, 862, 921, 942, 962, 981, 982, 1126, 1134, Senate Resolution 169.
Question is, shall the resolutions be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolutions will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolutions are agreed to.
Page 6, 21, House Bill 2178.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill requires the State Board of Elections to convene a work group prior to adopting security standards and to establish a standing advisory group of local government IT professionals and general registrars. As it left the Senate, we had a requirement for one member of the House and one member of the Senate to serve on that group as well. In conference, we decided, I don't think anybody really wants to serve on that anyway. So we actually had, Jay Lark has agreed to provide a staff member to be part of that working group. So I hope we adopt the conference committee.
Senator, question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Returning to page 10, conference committee report on House Bill 2653.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to pass that bill by temporarily again. There's some things that are being discussed, sir.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, House Bill 2653 will be passed by temporarily. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman. The Senate will stand at ease. The Senate will come to order. Senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's see if we can get back in the mode to make some positive progress. Madam Clerk, do you have any conference committee reports?
I have a communication from the House. The House has requested a second committee of conference on House Bill 2609. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the chairman of... That's not part one.
This is what you hand.
This one.
Yes.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that we accede to a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 6.
Ayes 34, noes 6. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Just so it's to this one, it's him, and these are the names.
Okay, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Newman, or Senators Carrico, Locke, and Suderline. Page 7.
Well, yeah, just do that.
Page 7. Conference Committee report on House Bill 2350.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the conference report be agreed to and speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is a bill that came through related to foster care and was part of the recommendations that came forward related to tuition. Unfortunately, this bill had a fiscal impact as it came through with the adjustments that we've made. We've talked to Senate Finance. It no longer has a financial impact, either general fund or non-general fund. Mr. President, it basically says the Institute of Higher Education may provide a grant. I believe they could do that before, but they certainly can with the bill.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
The one we just did.
On page 9, second committee of conference on House Bill 2609.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Okay. This is the bill that actually sets up the school resource officers and the training. It is identical to now the one that was passed from the Senate that allows the training to be done all across the Commonwealth and online. I hope it'd be a pleasure of the body to pass the bill.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
The only thing we have now is on page 10, House Bill 2653 that we went by temporarily.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
I think it's ship on.
I would yield to the senator from Henrico.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the House version of the bill I spoke to earlier that addresses both institutional partnership performance agreements outside of the 6-year plan that will allow schools to have innovative programming and opportunities to help economic development. It also deals with internships and funding for that. I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Madam Clerk, does that conclude what you have immediately available?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I am anticipating that a resolution will be very timely coming down the hall, which will extend the session until 11 a.m. tomorrow. I know that there's been enormous frustration, and I don't offer apology for it because here are the realities of life. That under the procedural resolution, there is a provision for a 48-hour advance notice once the budget is made available. It takes a 2/3 vote of the Senate of Virginia to waive that rule, and it takes a separate and independent 2/3 vote of the House of Delegates to waive that rule. Yes. There is a group down the hall who has expressed resistance to voting to waive, so consequently the House of Delegates cannot get a 2/3 vote to waive the 48-hour requirement. However, as a result of the persuasiveness from the senator from Hampton, that group has reflected and is now willing to consider 11 a.m. tomorrow. And I appreciate that it's frustrating, but here is the political reality, where you have a body that has 51 and 49 and a body that has 21 and 19. Either of the four caucuses can, in essence, hold the rest of us in abeyance on procedural matters. It's just a fact of life. And I can tell you that both the leadership from the Democratic caucus and the leadership from the Republican caucus have been trying for hours to break through this. And this is the best that we can do. And I would say in the last 3 hours, there probably have been at least 6 different versions of what was going to happen. And the senator from Hanover graciously accepted the delegation of responsibility to try to coordinate it, but we just haven't been able to do it. The problem is that if we do not adopt this resolution to extend until tomorrow, in 3 hours and 45 minutes, everything dies, including the budget bill. There is no way to resurrect it. So I am hopeful that when that House joint resolution comes down, that we will graciously embrace it.
Thanks, Senator.
Mr. President, if we could stand at ease.
Senate will stand at ease. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. President, a message from the House.
Please receive it.
The gentleman from Shenandoah, Delegate Gilbert.
Mr. President, I've been directed by the Speaker of the House of Delegates to inform the Senate that the House has agreed to HJR 1141, extending the 2019 session and requesting the concurrence of the Senate.
Thank the gentleman.
Thank you.
Senate will stand at ease. Clerk will please read the communication from the House of Delegates.
The House has agreed to House Joint Resolution number 1141, amending and readopting Rules 20 and 23 of House Joint Resolution number 606 of the 2019 regular session of the General Assembly of Virginia relating to budget conference report, session adjournment, and per diem payment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. After much deliberation and waiting, I move to suspend the rules, discharge the Committee on Rules, waive the second constitutional reading, and take up the resolution 1141 for immediate consideration.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules be discharged, its second constitutional reading be waived, and the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended. The Committee on Rules is discharged. The second constitutional reading is waived, and the resolution may be taken up for immediate consideration. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that HJR 1141 be agreed to, and speaking to it ever so briefly. Mr. President, this rule change moves from 48 hours to 24 hours, the amount of time the budget has to be received by both bodies. To let you know, we received it at 11:10 today, so that would mean at 11:10 and 1 second tomorrow, it would be eligible to be voted on. And Mr. President, it extends the session from adjourning today till tomorrow, and it still includes all the normal per diem language that we traditionally have. Mr. President, before I renew the motion to agree to the resolution, I really do want to compliment this body, Republicans and Democrats, as a team working together to try to make sure that we could take up the budget in a timely yet deliberative fashion, and it really was a team effort, and I appreciate all members of the Senate working to try to come to that resolution.
Thank the Senator. What purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to emphatically encourage the body to adopt House Joint Resolution 1141. I will further say that there is ample opportunity between now and 11 o'clock tomorrow, I think, for anyone that wants to read each and every page of those budget amendments. Remember, these are budget amendments to a 2-year budget that has been adopted. So I would encourage you to read that. And again, Mr. President, I would say if anyone has any questions, the Senate Finance Committee is available and willing to answer and address any concerns that you may have.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Joint Resolution 1141? Seeing none, question is, shall the Senate agree to House Joint Resolution 1141? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate agrees to House Joint Resolution 1141. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam, does that complete all that you have available to consider tonight?
Sir.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
A couple of things. If everyone would please be here on or before 11 a.m. Number two, we are going to take the budget bill up immediately. There will be no morning hour before we take the budget up on it. Number three, on your desk is a yellow sheet of paper. And the yellow sheet is the same thing that it was last time. What it does is allow you to take exception to any particular item within the budget amendments, but to vote on the budget as a whole. So that's on your desk and available. So I'm very hopeful that we can move with some dispatch tomorrow. I know that there are a number of you that have some very pressing and compelling commitments, and so that's why we're taking the budget up first. And I join the senator from Hanover. Thank you for your patience. I don't know what we could have done to expedite it, but thank you anyway.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate stands adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow.